Okay, just gonna do a quick test here. All right, I can hear the audio fine through this headset. I'm gonna switch back over and we can get started. All right, I think I'm coming through fine. Don't worry, there's not music or anything because it's paused. Let me fix that. Yep, there should be some noise now. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, and welcome. Welcome to another episode of Steelrising. Last time, we sat through a lot. Eventually, the bishop and the abbot and folks all made their way over to the convent, and then we proceeded to get doled out a bunch of story and information and side quests, and there's some saucy arguments between old white men and one black man going on right now. We're having to sort out all these little disputes. How's everyone doing? Hopefully well. I'm okay. My apologies for the late stream start again. I've been engrossed in other things, and I haven't managed my time very well. I will fix that for Friday. You have my word. As little as it means. Still don't have the 2 other panels, but I have not received any donations or subscriptions that I'm aware of, but I do want to thank people for their past donations and past subscriptions. That really does mean a lot. And I hope to cultivate that again as we continue on. Let's get to the correct camera. Just gonna yoink this a little bit out. So I can sit maybe a little further away from my 2 screens and not be like quite so neck deep. Let me just make sure the mic is still coming through. It appears so. Alright, and I hope people like the thumbnail that I made today. I do need to post the thumbnails, but that can happen later. We're wrapping up a bunch of side quests. That is our goal. And we're going to go look at the armoire before, heading on. Now, I will also say I have not looked into Julien Raimond yet, and I do apologize for that. Sincerely, I do. But I will look into him over break, over our first break. Okay, Steelrising is apparently taking a while. Okay, those are the only 4 programs we have. Just make sure I don't have anything that I don't need opened. And I'm apparently gonna have to sign into something. Hang on a minute. I have to adjust something with the one of the programs I'm using. Give me just a second. Okay, let me just activate some sources. And trigger a fake test message here. Alright, I believe that has posted. So, let's continue onward. I just wasn't sure if stuff had activated or triggered appropriately for the programs and everything. Wow, this game has some bad frame rate. Now, what I don't understand, perhaps, is how we're getting to this particular... Like, where's this door? That's what I want to know. Anyone else have, like, a door or a place that you were trying to go in a game, and you just could not, for the life of you, figure out how you were gonna do it? Yeah, that's me in this game. I think I can use my gun a little more freely here. Come on, are you gonna stop moving that way or what? Steelrising is definitely not getting off to a great start, engine-wise anyway. It's nice to see my skills have picked back up from this game. Now, I did play a small 30-second ad, and I do apologize for that, but I was also trying to get my coffee and do a dozen different things. Okay, we're trying to get to this iron safe. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that, yeah, you guys got an ad at a time other than when you usually get it, and that is me. I did not, Twitch wasn't bugging out. There wasn't like a, you know, pre-rendered ad or anything. That was me. And I apologize if that got anyone by surprise. Oh, we got a 3-for-1. Isn't that just fantastic? Okay, that's blocked. So it's like through here. So if you guys will recall, Mirabeau went off to do something, and he gave us some like fake directions on how to open a safe. Yeah, I'm not buying, and especially after Bailey and Lavoisier both said, I'm beginning to suspect Mirabeau was just trying to throw us off the trail of whatever he was trying to do. Just make sure there's not anything going on. No treasure to speak of. Let's head up here then. It's like right through here. Nice. Let's get you chilling out. I don't do particularly well fighting those guys, but that's okay. That's kind of the whole shtick of, you know, Souls-like titles, is that even if you don't neatly stick your landings, you at least survive. And you know, you're free to practice and make better landings, which is why I like challenge running, specifically, you know, Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, that are fairly polished and don't have an incredible amount of jank to them. So you just get a good sense for where your landings are. I see. Glad we picked up those. Nice job. Gotta get rid of these spiders so they're not buffing people like crazy. Especially if we're going to be using our gun a little bit more carelessly, I kind of want to make sure we've got plenty of alchemical capsules to work with. You don't want to be using that stuff willy-nilly. The King's Office. Ah, so this is where so many of those memory echoes took place, was here in this office. A letter addressed to the king. Sire, the treachery of the soldiers stationed in the Hotel des Invalides is causing a wind of rebellion to blow through your entire army. In these circumstances, I recommend that you apply to your troops the same just and severe measures that you have hitherto reserved for seditious members of the Third Estate. Those who do not lay down their arms and remain confined to their barracks must be mercilessly crushed. The salvation of the crown is at stake. Brutal. Cagliostro appears to have hypnotized the king. As the real man that guy was based off of, the actual Cagliostro, he was known for being a bit of a magician and a hypnotist. The guy was mostly a crock and was known for establishing Masonic lodges in far-off lands, but he has dabbled in plenty of other things. He's certainly no Saint Germain.
The lock was enforced. Whoever opened it had the key. Monsieur Necker's bonds are still there. There's something engraved on it. H.G. Riquetti. Comte de Mirabeau.
Well, we just got some things to look at. This beautifully made weapon was left near the iron safe in the Tuileries Palace. The inscription H.G. Riquetti, the Count of Mirabeau, is how that's read in English, is engraved on the plate. The condition of the barrel and the pan show that the user fired at least one shot. There we go. I read that sentence wrong. I'm incredibly sorry. But how on earth did this pistol end up in the king's private study? I'm willing to bet I know how. Mirabeau had it on him. Aegis entered the king's chambers in the Tuileries Palace and found that the armoire differ wide open. Some of its contents had disappeared. Neat. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Not gonna confront the Count quite yet.
Whoever broke into this safe left behind the most valuable thing in it. This doesn't make sense.
Luckily, the bonds were still there, which proved that those who had looted the safe were looking for something else. Interesting. Monsieur Necker sent Aegis to retrieve the bonds that are kept in the Tuileries. The time has come to return back to the convent and report back to him. But I'm not finished here. We need to know why Mirabeau is being so shifty. These guys use frost. I'm not having a great time opening the game today. Room appears to open up to the same spot either way. I'm sorry. Please let me get that item. I don't know why the body was ragdolling like it was, but it was freaking hilarious, I'll tell you that. So pretty much what we've learned so far is that everybody has been cannibalized by Cagliostro for the purposes of making his necromantic army. Which is like not this exactly, but necromancy and souls are like a good deal of the book material I'm going to be writing about. Way later, yeah, I've decided to take up the laborious process of writing I already know I'm writing 2 novellas. The question is going to be, you know, can I get the background material done in a reasonable period of time so I can actually start writing and mapping out plot, because I'm not at that stage yet. I'm at the preamble part. So, and book writing is a long and somewhat thankless process, so it's not something I relish doing, but I do like minting out my ideas. I find myself in the middle. I suppose I do need to make sure I'm looking up every so often, so I don't miss any anchor points. What I don't know is if I'm heading the right way or the wrong way when it comes to trying to confront Mirabeau. And is it me, or does that seem to keep moving? Not 100% sure. And we've definitely hit some new areas that we haven't been to before. Alright, where this one steps out somewhere. Where is it? Oh, isn't that nice? I was wondering when we'd be getting that. Now let's go find... Surely we're gonna unlock the other shortcut now, right? Yeah, we're kind of sitting at about 520 capsules, which, to be honest, I'd like to sit at for the remainder of the game. It is so nice to be able to actually purchase, to have purchased like 500 capsules. It actually turned on my ranged equipment, but now I've kind of learned to live without it a good chunk of the time. So I don't know. Ranged weapons sit in a very strange place for me when it comes to this title, where I realize they're mostly a status inflictor, but at the same time, like, they're just critically important. I'm pretty sure if I make this jump, I'm dead. Which is why it opened up like it did. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this yet. At least we've made several side quests, or at least, no, not several, a couple side quests quite clear in how they're going. So what? Jump down. And we're trying to go that way, but I'm not sure that's really gonna work. Okay, we can head through here. This probably is the... Yeah, I thought that might be out here. Good to know. Okay, I think we've got all the shortcuts we're gonna get, at least when it comes to this area. So now we need to go back over to, we confronted Mirabeau here in his home the first time. So, we're gonna probably return to the scene of the crime. At least that's my thinking on it. He'll probably be at his home, slavering over whatever he worked so hard to find. And I believe we can also find that surgeon fellow around here somewhere. I also want to, like, go and see... Yeah, there's his home right there. So while we're here, we can finally check in with the chap that was trying to save a man's life. Oh, we went to the sewers. Yay, we fell down and I didn't even know where we were going. I knew I should have just stayed on target. Nice. Good, good, good. And if I can get the jump on some of our other grisly characters, maybe we can replenish our supplies. Sewers never were really my favorite place to be trekking in any kind of adventurer. They were kind of the first place you know, a DM would send a prospective party and they're like homebrew campaign or many other campaigns with tabletop RPGs send you through a sewer. It's like the quintessential cultural classic. And it just gets so gauche. So gauche. I think it's just because I'm too used to my own homebrew to respect or to show proper reverence to that sort of thing, but I promise it's not a disrespect to any of the people who've made the, you know, material for the, for like the intro modules for tabletop RPGs. It's just, the first place doesn't have to be a sewer. You can be a little inventive, try to be less derivative. Where am I in relation? Okay. If we are over there. What I don't... Why is there a cutscene?
You monster. What do you want with me? Wasn't it enough for you to steal my dancer?
I'm merely obeying the king, mademoiselle. Don't be afraid. You and your beloved machine will soon be reunited. I give you my word. Voila, here we are. Do you see that window? That's where she's waiting for you. Sale petite peste. I suggest you don't try that again.
Wow, at a girl, at a dice, you shred.
What could have happened to her in this workshop?
I think I skipped a whole bunch of stuff though, by complete freak accident. If I am not careful, I will, yep. Come on. Alright, and you I'm gonna need to freeze as well. Oh, we had the damaged fans, though. That's going to be back here. Monsieur Necker's bonds and the damaged fan. We should make sure we read this. 2,500,000 livres in the form of bonds from the Caisse de Compte. Caisse de Compte. I'm sorry. Caisse de Compte. Compt. Caisse de Compte. I'm sorry. I'm trying to really get my mouth around these words, and I just don't think I can. It's like a case file or a case briefing. This institution was founded in 1776 on the initiative of Louis XVI, with the aim of facilitating trade and promoting public loans, particularly for military purposes. Its management encouraged speculation, of course, and the case was strongly criticized by the regime's political opponents. Damaged fan found lying in the road. This battered fan belonged to Mademoiselle de Vulcanson. The moment she picked it up, Aegis was struck by a disturbing vision. She saw the young girl strike the Count of Cagliostro with her fan in a futile attempt to escape. Atta girl, Ateneus. Atta girl. You fight him. You show him. You resist him to the bitter end. Show him that he is not your boss.
That does not work. There must be something missing.
Oh, okay. The game was definitely not in the mood for my shenanigans. It will have none of my climbing, none of my attempts to, you know what, to be honest, I frankly just don't know where I am. I know I'm in Rue St. Honor, but what I don't know is, you know, where the hell else am I? Went through this whole... So I think the sewers are going to be how we explore, like, the rest of some of these places. And I'm pretty sure that's how the Count might have moved from place to place as quickly as he did. He just used the sewers. Gosh darn sewers. Always being made underneath cities. Why can't all the city's waste just go into one collective pipe and be sent out somewhere remote? I jest. If we did that, the world would be a very disgusting place right now. Okay, that one is dead. I definitely fear we have not gone the correct path to any of this. Okay, can't go through there, which is what I figured would probably happen. I feel like I'm going from one place to another. Now we're back at the Louvre. Yeah, okay, I know where we are. It just took me entirely too long to get there. Else? Just you? Good. Okay. I just keep getting lost from one rabbit hole to another, kind of. I'm like generally trying to make my way toward Mirabeau's place, And we are getting there, but it is taking us a lot of time to do it. All we can do is keep trudging forward, I guess. Gotta be careful. Like King Louis made an entire circus entourage of idiots to come after me. At least the Titans give me a little bit of a challenge. Oh, let me see if I can't show it. Not really on this camera. Hang on a second. I want you guys to see this. Look, I got a Windsor knot tied today. I thought I would show you guys that before continuing onward. I've been trying to master some of the knots that I've been told, you know, as a child that were too difficult, or really it's that they're tedious. But really, the Windsor kind of just opens almost all the doors for the rest of the knots. If you know how to tie a good Windsor, you can get a lot of the other knots tied. That's not always true. The four-in-hand doesn't use any kind of similar basis for that. You aren't creating a wedged knot or anything like that. You're just simply crossing over. It's like 4 steps, and you just cinch with the small portion of the tie. One of these days I might deign to make a video after I've mastered all the 12 major knots, just to say I've done it. Maybe even speed up. That would require a little bit of a better camera setup than I have now. I would need a way to take a webcam and angle it top down, and I just don't currently have that. And I would need to raise funds for such a thing to be possible. Alright, Mirabeau. Talk to me. Tell me the truth.
I have just come from the Tuileries. The Armoire de Fer has been ransacked.
Diable. Someone beat us to it. This is very unfortunate. God only knows what we would have found there.
Whoever it was had to fight for it. I found a body there, killed by automats.
Mon Dieu. How dreadful.
Dreadful indeed. Especially since I discovered this in the victim's hand.
And what is that, pray tell?
A dueling pistol, with your name engraved on its plate.
Oh, May we? You're right. It is my pistol. It was stolen along with a number of other things. It happened just before the Estates General at my lodgings in Versailles. But how on earth did my weapon end up in the hands of this poor soul?
I am certain we will find an explanation. Those letters you have. You were about to throw them in the fire, weren't you?
They belong to me, and I shall do with them as I see fit. I don't have to explain myself to you.
I do find it curious how you left the convent without telling anyone. How those letters seem to weigh so heavily in your hands. So these letters appeared as if by magic, just as the Armoire affair was being ransacked.
You misinterpret my intentions, but you're right about one thing. I do have a confession to make. You and I serve the same cause. The Queen's.
You claim that we're fighting for the same cause. Very well. I shall give you the benefit of the doubt, and an opportunity to convince me. You can start by telling me about the letters.
My private correspondence with the king. I had a key to the armoire, which served as a mailbox.
Are you conspiring with the king?
No, you don't understand. I was something of a shadow advisor, a diplomat, working in complete discretion. I feared his stubbornness would lead the kingdom to ruin, so I tried to reassure him regarding the aims of the Third Estate. But when Vaucanson told me what happened at Meudon, I realized it was a lost cause.
You claim to be a friend of the Queen.
The king has gone insane. After what happened at Meudon, that much is clear. We can no longer expect any leniency from him. Hence my support for his wife. She's a headstrong woman, and much wiser than she lets on. You must know that she means to put her youngest on the throne, the young prince, Louis Charles. A regency would restore peace and unity to the kingdom. Then all that would remain would be to establish a constitution. I have the support of the people. They trust me. I'm the only one that can bring about these reforms.
I found your pistol in the hands of a dead man. Who was this unfortunate soul?
Mathieu, one of the servants I had sent to retrieve the letters. I gave him the pistol for self-defense. Alas, it seems it was of little use to him against the king's automats.
Tell me, what happened at Meudon?
It's all here in this letter, written in the king's own hand. Please, give it to the queen. She must learn the truth.
Why were you in such a hurry to destroy your correspondence?
The letters contained sensitive information about my Third Estate colleagues. If it had gotten out, I would have surely lost my allies' trust, as well as any hope of establishing a regency along with it.
The King's confession to Abbé Edgeworth. Hello, de Fermont. Father, you who were my confessor. You who always listened to me and understood me. You who supported me on the terrible day when God himself abandoned me. I must today confess to you the worst of all crimes. I confess that I killed my son. I ordered the poison that killed him to be administered, believing I was performing a miracle of the blackest magic, thinking I was giving a miraculous body to the child that the doctors declared condemned. I defiled the soul of my beloved son. His innocent soul is now trapped in a hideous metal cage. I transformed my son into an accursed creature, half man, half machine, who strives to tear down the walls of the prison we hoped would contain him. His only wish was to laugh at the world, or laugh and let himself soak up the beauty of the world. And I gave him over to terror, madness, and the most extreme sort of solitude. I have only one wish, Abby. Give me back my faith. Your king commands it. I have no wish but the philosopher's nothingness. I want eternity, so I could spend it atoning for this nameless crime. I want a heavenly court, so I may be judged by it before my Creator. Father, I want my soul to be eternal, so it may burn in hell forever and ever. Louis. Huh. Okay. So we've learned a lot. I didn't want to threaten Mirabeau because I don't think I couldn't guess at what his motives were. If I thought about it, you know, I might have been of brasser balls and threatened him, but I didn't want to, you know, rock the boat. There was no reason to. And I probably would have questioned him in the same situation. What would you have done? Questioned? Or threatened? Please know I'll never ask you questions that you wouldn't wish to that I wouldn't answer myself. Okay, I do need to probably... Oh, and I know you're up there. Alright. Now we can finally turn in the surgeon's tools. Assuming it's not too late.
Here, monsieur. I hope this will be suitable.
Parbleu. You're an angel here on Earth. I will make sure that this poor man knows to whom he owes his life. Leave me now. I must be alone to carry out this delicate operation.
Neat. I can't believe it took us this long. That man has like the constitution of, I don't know, a demon from the underworld. Because my God, that man would have bled out and died that much longer ago. Speaking of, you know, not like length of time and everything, I want to thank everybody so much for sticking around with me on this wonderful stream. I look forward to continuing it for the next 3 hours. And I want to go ahead and say, if you hadn't done so and you like the content, please consider subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. Those are free ways to support the content for free. Please tell your friends about it. I recently made a Blue Sky account, and so I will be beginning the process of reestablishing the spread and proliferation of my streaming to the world. I needed to think about under what circumstance I wanted to do it and how involved I wanted to be. I'm also going to link you guys the Discord. Give me 1 second while I type that. There we go. Well, if the combined chat doc ain't gonna let me type to Twitch right that second, then I'm gonna just have to do it manually. Very well. Let's, we gotta make it back to the, make it back to our, horseless carriage. And then voila, we can actually, we can actually get out of here for a good long while. Alright, so this is a pretty good time to go ahead and take our first break. For those who don't know, I tend to take 1 hour, 5 minute. I did it again. I scrambled up the times again. I take a break every hour for around 5 minutes, and I play 90 seconds of ads, roughly speaking. So this just lets people get up, stretch, because I know you guys don't like ads as much as I don't like ads, but I got to do something to mitigate pre-roll. Otherwise, you're going to be seeing nothing but ads whenever you come and leave this stream, and I don't want that. But I also don't want to ruin the experience for, you know, people who are already here too. So I always manually run my ads. I never automate them here. I automated them in the past, and the results were horrid. Like, unacceptable no matter which way it was sliced. Manually running ads is like the best compromise I have. And I accept some pre-roll on this stream as a result of that. Strictly so that I'm not, you know, making the experience too intolerable for the people already here. That said, thank you guys again. I really appreciate the company. And with that, I will see you guys after the end of the commercial break. Hey guys, sorry about that. I am back. Thank you guys so very much for being patient with me. I went to, clean up my desk a bit. And I'll apologize for the minute of lateness as well. That took me a little more time than I realized it would. But more importantly, Julien Raimond, that's like the freaking gold mine. He is the freaking gold mine of historic figures. Did you know that he led to the founding of Haiti? I mean, people in the US probably are more familiar with the Haitian migrants, but yes, Haiti itself. He was a French author who was born free, living in one of the French colonies at the time. And that colony ended up becoming Haiti, which is really freaking cool. And is extremely important. I'm willing to bet there probably isn't a Haitian alive who wouldn't know who Julien Raimond is. Like, at all. Because they owe him their existence. Which is just incredible. Absolutely, absolutely incredible. Alright, well we've managed to deal with the Tuileries. Now it is time to go somewhere else. But first, we need to return to Luxembourg and maybe speak to Robespierre. Maybe. Don't worry. Now that I know who he is, I will not be guilty of the sin of injustice. For Julien Raimond. I will make sure his information is on the Firebot tonight. After the stream ends, one of the first things I'll do is put his information in there. People need to know that it wasn't just France tied up in this, but out of the French Revolution or the throes of it, the things he did are too great to ignore. And I don't want people learning that he's a minor character in this video game. I don't want that. This is not where you learn your history, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, if you guys want to know any information on the French Revolution, not everything, I don't have it all cataloged yet. I have been taking great pains to put links in the Firebot for you guys to peruse. If you type in !Firebot commands, I will do that right now. While we're waiting on the screen to load. There is a list of commands that are specific to Steelrising in there, and any and all of those are fair game. I also have a list of Steelrising commands that I've made so far as well, and you can find them on my Discord, which I recommend joining if you want to see this sort of stuff. I have tons of documentation for you guys to look at and peruse in your own time here. And of course, if you guys want to lead discussion in the roundtable hold or in our especially curated debate forum, you guys can do that too. I've worked really bloody hard on this Discord to be a reflection of who I am as a person, who I want this stream to, what I want this stream to represent and to idealize and realize and make into reality. Like, all of that is there. I have done the legwork to make it so, and I just need people to realize how much there is to do or see or contribute to and just do it of their own free will and volition, which is hard because Discords have kind of become the new Skype, more or less. You know, you have collections of people that gather up operate in a single group, and they are basically sharing communications live, which you could do with Skype. It's less of a message board than Skype is, but the concept is there. All right, Mr. Necker, you're right here.
Monsieur Necker.
Madame? Eh bien, do you come bearing good news?
Not about your wife, but I do know about the bonds.
I found your bonds. Here they are.
I don't give a fig about those bits of paper. I'm satisfied in knowing that they will not serve the king's purposes. All I care about is learning what has happened to my wife.
I am not done investigating yet.
De Grasse, I beg you to search harder. I beg you not to give up. Remember, the last time I saw her, we were in the Église Sainte-Marie on Rue de Bourgogne. It's in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, east of Les Invalides.
And let's see if you're ready to talk to me today, Maximilian.
So how is Monsieur Marat?
I haven't met him yet.
He is your only chance to reach the Bastille, Aegis. You must speak to him. He's holed up in the quarries of Montmartre, hiding from the Marquis de Lafayette.
I found a cane engraved with the name Franciscus Antonius. Who could it belong to?
Let me think a moment, je vous prie. I know an Antoine Francois, a printer on Rue de la Harpe. His surname is Momoro, but he is a man of the people and a true patriot. I doubt that he ever sported a cane with his name engraved on it.
As for the lanterns...
Did Monsieur de Laclos tell you the secret of his explosive cannonball?
No, we didn't talk about it.
That's a pity. Without his help, our strategy is doomed to failure. Let's see. I know he's close to Monsieur Marat, the patriotic journalist. He's currently in hiding in the quarries of Montmartre. But please do not breathe a word of this to the Marquis de Lafayette. Those two are at daggers drawn. It would certainly end in a bloodbath.
Goodbye, Monsieur de Robespierre.
All right. Who else could I question?
Monsieur le Marquis.
I'm listening, Aegis.
Goodbye, Monsieur le Marquis.
How is your research on Nicholas Flamel going?
I have done nothing yet.
Don't take too long, Aegis. Don't forget that the tomb is in the crypt of the Église Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie, under the cemetery. The church isn't far from the Hôtel de Ville.
Goodbye, Mom. Monseigneur.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
Goodbye, Monseigneur.
Allez en paix, Aegis.
Julien, are you
Did you
sure?
go to the Hôtel de Massiac?
No, not yet.
Remember, it's by Les Halles, just west of the Marché des Innocents.
Just think. We're staring at Hades' founder, right? I can't believe it's criminal that we don't really know who he is. Like, at least in the game. And you kind of have to... hold on, let me see something here. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Prejudice of color, traveled to Paris in 1784 to plead his case before the king and ministers. Yeah, those efforts were met with what I would have expected, which is nothing. Continued to condemn the atrocities suffered by slaves. In the course of his long campaign, he forged strong friendships with several abolitionists, including Brissot and Gregoire, founding members of the Society of Friends. I'm sorry. Of Friends? I almost want to read this as Negro, which is what that would mean. Like, noir means dark, right? So this was a society specifically for people of color as it pertained to the French colonies. I'm trying to think of what that would equate to in English, and like not just the literal transcription, but how we would write that. Yeah, like if we were writing it at that time, that would be pretty apparent. Okay. Well, we could sit here and look at codex entries all day, but I don't think we're gonna be making any headway.
B. Goodbye, Monsieur B.
What about you, Lavoisier?
Monsieur Lavoisier.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
Goodbye, Monsieur Lavoisier.
All right, everybody here is pretty much like set. We just gotta go and do quests. We gotta go get to the bottom of various mysteries and the curiosities for relation to the war effort here in France. This is what's gotta happen. All right. We don't really have any people. There's got to be more people at the convent that we just don't know about. All right, let's go to Les Invalides, excuse me. So for anyone else who's made content recently, or who is like lurking in the background, you know, continue to lurk. But I'm just curious if you feel like coming out of lurking. You know, how's your content venture going? You guys make anything interesting lately? Or, you know, for anyone, you know, in the comment section on YouTube, I would love to know, you know, if you guys have made any interesting videos. I've been trying to keep up on YouTube, but there are just so many content creators out there these days that's hard. Like I'm aware of the big names, of course, and I'm aware of some of these smaller but still big household names for the content that I actively watch. But there's just a lot of people out there like myself making content. Even some real life friends or old friends who I haven't really kept touch with for a while. They've attempted to make content too, and you know, I was honestly surprised when I found it. Wasn't expecting it. And out of my current friend group, there's like one guy who's attempted to do content, and that's my good friend Cameron. If I knew his Twitch name, I would give it a shout out in a second, but I don't. So yeah, he streamed bits and pieces of Baldur's Gate 3. And there were some highlights of all that. I might have to dig through and find a clip of the Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. I want to go back and finish that, but I want to also wait for the game to just be fully finished. Because apparently there have been enough people complaining about Will that Larian Studios is like somewhat back to work on like fixing things for Will. Will's one of the characters. He's one of the origin characters you can play at the beginning, so he's spoiled pretty early on. But I'm only gonna spoil the name. There are him and another character tied up with the main quest of the game, and so they're
in that direction. I should be able to find a way in. I have already passed by the Église Sainte Marie. I can get back there quickly from here.
I don't suppose we've opened this, have we? I don't think we have. No, we have not. So we'd have to go to the area where we fought the Titan again. What's been your favorite part of, like, this entire journey through Steelrising? For those of you who have watched all the episodes just kind of conclusively, what do you guys think of all that? I've just kind of been enjoying the journey and how the characters have interacted with one another. Okay, I'm getting better at picking out the timing for that too. Which is good. I surely hope I was going to improve somewhere in this game. Nice. Not only do I appreciate the characters and the way that the everything is all dressed up, I appreciate that it's not too on the nose with people getting executed, and it's nice to not be playing through the real events of the French Revolution, so to speak. I think that would have been a little bit too, charged for a lot of people. And I would say that about, like, if there were a game about, you know, the Russo-Ukraine War or the Ethiopia-Tigrayan Civil War, I'd say the same thing. That I think that stuff's a little bit too charged for, at least for right now, for us to examine it in a fair medium. I don't think that should be happening right now. I think all that people need to do is be aware that the crises are happening and doing their best to sort of, you know, urge these crises to come to an end.
Some worshippers were able to escape the automats. They ran towards the entrance to the catacombs.
Alright, so let's see if we can't find Mrs. Necker. I'm sorry. I guess we're paying a visit to the ossuary. Because we picked up a key. This key, found near the Aegis Sainte Marie on the body of a priest who had fallen victim to the automats, opens the parish's underground ossuary, an old quarry converted for this purpose. This burial method was made mandatory by a royal edict and was intended to control the overcrowding of Paris's cemeteries. Glad we read that. We were gonna miss the chance to read those. So now we're here Don't worry. I'm sure we'll find her corpse, but if we find the real woman, then I definitely want to make sure we keep her safe. It's amazing that these robots were kind of essentially stationed to be in the catacombs as well. Probably looking for survivors. What if a real, just like, attack of the robots and AI started happening? I don't think modern humanity would really survive. Not really. Because the computer would just be able to computationally outwit us. Never know. Humans always are the kind of people to go against the odds, but if the odds are 0.00001 point, like 0. I'm sorry, it would be 10 to like the -7. Would you still chance the odds? Yeah, I'm definitely not allowed. If they bend down like that. Nice. Alright, where are we here? Well, better that these things go to a machine that's actively trying to free people rather than, you know, the dead who are gonna hold them there, and these things aren't gonna really serve anybody being buried with the dead. And I'm pretty sure we just straight up looted some souls. We straight up looted the anima essence of the fallen. Saint Germain would be looking upon us in disgust, I'm sure. These are very labyrinthine catacombs. Look, all you really need to do is just cremate the dead. It doesn't have to be this difficult. There's no need to inter bodies. They never should have been interred in the first place. Just torch the remains, strip the valuables, and adornments. Have them smelted down in the metals so they're useful. Because here's the thing, for those who are like, we should leave the dead with their possessions. Yeah, if it's part of your custom, sure. But, you know, I want to address the customs themselves. Like, ugh, how can you be so irreverent? Show some respect for traditions. I do, but can't a man ask whether they're necessary or not? I know if my dad asked to be buried with, I don't know, say 3 cases of bullets, his rifle, and a bunch of clothes, I would think twice. Because those clothes could quite literally be used for someone else. Someone else could wear them. And you never know when those munitions might come in handy. Like, you don't want to just... I think burying people with items was a mistake that the ancients definitely got wrong. And I get why, but none of us had the real agency of questioning that, and anyone who did was a heretic. So, it's only now in the modern era where religion and state are not one in the same that we can actually ask questions like that. Do the dead really need their possessions? Oh, I did not want to do that. I think if the world weren't so resource deprived, it would be fine. But after humans burying people with their riches for literal millennia, I'm not really sure that, like, the damage that did, those actions, the collective net sum that those actions had, the effect they had was... It is catching up to us as far as, like, climate and global warming and so on. I think people being buried with their possessions is just a big mistake. I think dedicating swaths of land to pretty tombs is also unnecessary, and people can just find non-intrusive ways to hold memoriam. Or hold a person in memoriam. Like, you can plant a tree in their honor, and you can, if the tree comes of age, you can etch it with, you know, the remembrances of the fallen. That you could put a plaque on a tree if you wanted to. Yeah, it mars the tree, but it's, you know, eventually the tree will grow over it. Does that kind of color your... Does this whole conversation color your perception of me? I imagine it would. It's not like I want to be disrespectful to the dead. Just, I'm not sure how much of our ritualistic customs of burying people in the dead and going through all the hassle of a casket and all that other stuff is really necessary. It's not. It's wasteful. At least it feels wasteful to me. I don't know, what do you guys think about interring and entombing the dead and burying them with their possessions? Do you guys think that those are... I know we all think they're legitimate practices, but the question I want to ask is, do you guys think they're necessary? That humans should be, you know, burying their dead with their belongings? Do you guys see it as wasteful? Or is it just a ritual respect that you follow? It's just something that you do. to show respect not so much to the living or to the dead, but to the living. Because the living want to remember those who passed on, and burying them in a tomb, giving them land and space, and, you know, burying them with some of their belongings is kind of how you would do that. I know I don't want to be buried. I would prefer if my body were donated to science, but if I can't have that, I'll settle for being burned to ash, and using those ashes to plant a tree. Like, return my nutrients to the earth so that they may be nourished. Whether mushrooms or trees or whatever have you spawn in the wake of that, I would care not.
So Madame Necker escaped. I must inform her husband immediately.
My dear husband, if you're reading these words, it is because the Lord in his mercy has spared us both, and this church has not become our tomb. I managed to survive the terrible massacre, and I'm going to find our daughter, Germaine, at the charity hospice at Saint Sulpice. We will be waiting for you there. Your loving and devoted wife, Suzanne. Alright, let's find those writers. That's the other thing that's gotta happen. And for that, we gotta get back, we've gotta go, find where the Titan was. We're making good progress. I didn't think we'd be making that much progress, but we're making some. And I like it. So I have tried to use the new upgrades that we got, but what I've found is that for the most part those upgrades don't really help us do anything besides close gaps. And like I could, you know, battering ram people. It burns through a ton of alchemical capsules, and so I've found that it's just not worth it to do those things. It's much better to just, you know, fight with the base combat system and leave the upgrades for utility and etc, etc. Careful. Alright, where is it? Down here, or... No, it's like over there. Oh, isn't that just fantastic? We've been keeping our capsules at a pretty steady rate. I like that too. That's good. I was worried we were going to just deplete them rapidly, but this set of armor has definitely helped. I'm using the Rochambeau coat and like other parts of the set. We will go and read through all the weapons and armor, I promise. At least the stuff that's new, but right now I'm trying not to... We already have to do a tremendous amount of reading, so I don't want to bog us down with it like every 5 minutes. But I do want to take the time and read that stuff too. It's finding the balance in that stuff, right? Okay, I'm already going to want my gun for this. Let's just... Got the drop on him. Got the drop on him. Drop it like it's hot. And I dropped him like he was cold. Stone cold. Anything in here? No, not really. Didn't think there would be, but I had to check. Okay, so we had the soul coffin in here. And not really other ways for us to go except here. We never did. We just escorted a guy back. So let's activate this vessel so I may rest and recover. Your Majesty, it is evident that I have lost your confidence, and my official dismissal is long in coming. I beg you to relieve me from the duties of my ministry. I sincerely hope that my successor will provide your subjects with wealth that will be the fruit of dutiful service. I remain, Your Majesty, your humble and devoted servant, Jacques Decker. Glad we found that. Ooh, what treasure did we find? The quadrille. Maybe after the next break, we'll spend some time reading over that stuff, just so we're not.
Not a single one escaped.
Shit! Look at all these dead horses. And, like, people. And automats, for that matter. Look at all this carnage. A mission order signed by Lafayette. I order you to go to St. Louis, 4 leagues southeast of Mulhouse. I forbid you and your men to speak to the passengers. You will entrust them to the Ullans of Hauptmann Huser, who will be waiting for you at the staging post inn. General Motier de Lafayette. Did you know his name was Gilbert? Yeah, our good friend Lafayette. His name is Gilbert. Of course, you'd never call him that, but... And they broke this one. Alright, I guess we're going to be returning back to Luxembourg, so that we may, Oh, we can also just talk to people. Dear Monsieur, I went to the meeting point you indicated, and I met someone unexpected. Madame de Polignac. Polignac. Good lord, I hate this. The Queen's favorite. She made no secret of her reason for being in this bleak place, so now I am aware of the nature of the precious cargo that is causing you so much anxiety, you must know that Charlotte and the young Dauphin are missing. The evidence points to an ambush by the Duc d'Orléans. Duc d'Orléans' men. They apparently attacked the wagon the children were hiding in. As for the horsemen you sent to escort them, every single one of them perished, cut down by the royal automats. To Aegis, there is not a minute to lose. We must rescue the children from the Orleanists. If there is still time, if I could get my hands on that rat Marat, I'd find a way to make him talk. Believe me. Nope, we gotta go back to Luxembourg and tell Necker that his wife is alive. Gotta untangle my wires here. I got some pretty long cables, if you catch my drift. And so I gotta... I got to untangle them. I'm talking about computer cables, guys. Get your minds out of the gutters. Disgusting. I jest. You know, imaginary audience member number 5,995. But I gotta do something to, you know, increase the quality of my jib. The cut of my jib. It's so important. Everyone judges you by the cut of your jib. Don't let your jibs be jibs. Don't let your jibs be cut like a stonemason would cut stone. Let your jib be cut by a lapidary, like that. Like a lapidary would cut a fine bit of gemstone. Not a diamond, because those are cut a dime a dozen, but everyone's favorite gemstone, strontium titanate. Titanite. Titanate? It is strontium titanate, right? I'm not, like, having a cow. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up real quick. We're waiting on the game, so I might as well make my time useful. We've got the technology. It is. It's strontium titanate. And it requires approximately 2,100 degrees, around 2,080 degrees Celsius, or over almost like 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit to melt the stuff. It's a super strong, super sturdy gemstone. It's twice as refractive as moissanite is, and moissanite's like 10 times as refractive as titanite. As strontium titanate. Strontium titanate is blindingly beautiful, but it is ultra expensive. Get your loved one strontium titanate, though, if you really want to show them you love them. Alright. Oh, you know what? Mirabeau's back. Hey, Mirabeau, do you know anything about it?
Monsieur de Mirabeau. I found a broken cane. It says Franciscus Antonius on it. Do you know who it belongs to?
Well, I never. Yes, I know the owner. And I'm willing to bet you're looking for a certain François Antoine.
That's right.
Well, you'd need to look a little further east, mademoiselle. Across the Rhine for a start. Because this cane belongs, or belonged, to a certain Franz Anton Mesmer.
Mesmer, the prince of charlatans. Good heavens, it's been a long time since I've heard his name.
5 years to be exact since your learned commission denounced his theories.
It wasn't long after that when he disappeared.
Can you tell me more about Mesmer?
He was a mystical healer who was once popular with the upper class. I myself attended several of his sessions.
The Learned Commission?
You mentioned a commission.
The king did not look kindly on the healer's popularity within the court. This led him to appoint a commission from the Royal Academy of Sciences.
An institution to which Monsieur Bailly and I have the honor to belong. We were asked to investigate his alleged powers.
The experiments that we performed allowed us to determine that Monsieur Mesmer's activities were pure charlatanism, a conclusion that destroyed his successful career the moment it was published.
But there was something, Sylvain. A tiny flow of energy that my devices were able to measure.
My dear colleague, must I remind you again that we were never able to reproduce your observations? It was obviously a momentary failure of your equipment.
Perhaps. I'd like to be sure of it.
Ah, see, sometimes scientists don't get along. You know, people have this idea that STEM majors are in lockstep with each other. They often aren't. But when STEM majors have a dispute, it's logistical. It's over evidence, and it's something that usually, unless there's a outside motivation, because there always is, if it's purely empirical debate on whether or not a theory is or isn't valid, well, you know, eventually the evidence is just going to tell you who is right and who is wrong, so to speak, or that both of you are wrong, which is sometimes what the conclusion is in science and math and stuff, is that nobody is correct. Nature secretly operates this way. Before I continue, and I do want to make sure I'm being timely about this, I've told you guys about the free ways to help the channel, and I really do appreciate it, and your presence is always enough here. But if you do want to go that extra mile and help me out financially, please know it goes towards the purchase of software, hardware, cleaning supplies for my business, or, you know, to alleviate debt. Please feel free to assist me in any of those endeavors that you wish, or not at all. I have links to all the important stuff in the panels in the About Me section on Twitch, as well as in the description on YouTube. Every little bit helps. I really am appreciative. And for those of you on Twitch, YouTube, I recommend you guys join the Discord to get most of the same benefits. For those of you on Twitch, however, you do get 5 free emotes just for any kind of subscription. And if your subscription is at least tier 1 or better, then you get you don't have to sit through ads on this channel anymore. You get collaborative privileges with me. I'm more willing to work with you if you've got a tier 1 subscription, and you get multiplayer. Anyone with a subscription gets a multiplayer priority. We also have a secondary currency here called overtones, which are for the unique soundboard redemptions for the game. My plan for those is to start working on them by about the time we're ready to beat the game. I think is the best way I want to handle that. That way we have a chance to hear everything in its native context before we just start twisting and distorting things out of context. But I digress. I'm blanking on what I want to say. But you guys there are varying overtone rates. That is one of the things that is different between tier 2 and tier 3. Tier 1 is the best bang for your buck if you're subscribing on Twitch. But the tier 2 and tier 3s do have those overtone benefits, but that's pretty much about it. I'm always raking my brains trying to think of other things, so if you guys have any suggestions for what could go at the tier 2 and tier 3 slots, that would be, I'm all ears. Otherwise, my recommendation is, you know, my recommendation is get the tier 1 subscription if you're going to financially help me out. And of course, those of you on Patreon can look forward to your own content and coffee too if I can get it up and running. But I am going to have a series that's going to be coming out a month from when I post it on Patreon and coffee that will make its way to YouTube eventually. I'll mention more about that when we get ready for the third break. But for now, I wanted to make sure I did the shilling ahead of time. Let's finish the round of talks here, and then we'll take our second break. And I hope that thought is appealing to everybody. All right, what are his theories?
What were Monsieur Mesmer's theories?
He is a proponent of a theory called animal magnetism. He claimed to be able to channel a purported universal healing fluid by passing his hands over patients and using magnets.
He also cobbled together a whole array of mad devices, each stranger than the last. Unfortunately, despite all his attempts, I don't know that he ever cured anyone.
What happened during Monsieur Mesmer's treatment sessions?
Oh, they were quite a spectacle to behold. Imagine well-born ladies afflicted with perfectly imaginary illnesses. A dimly lit room where incense has been burned to intoxicate the soul and cloud your vision. Amiable servants, half-dressed, gliding from countess to duchess to the sound of a sensual melody. And the great Mesmer, a doctor with wandering hands, presiding over the wonderful scene. Oh, you should have seen them. Those grand ladies moaning, crying, and falling into a swoon, clinging to that strange tub. Du théâtre, ma chère. Pure theater.
Well, I think what we described is that other than the strange magnets thing, he was using aromatherapy. The dude was just practicing what a spa house was. That's all. And spa houses can be curative, but spa houses are meant to relieve stress and tension. They're not meant to cure disease.
When and how did Monsieur Mesmer disappear?
The denunciation of his techniques was the start of a long descent into hell for Monsieur Mesmer. He was abandoned by his clients and resumed his research in virtual secrecy. I think he was hoping to perfect his so-called science and restore his reputation with the Academy.
A hope that led him to associate himself with that dastardly Cagliostro. God only knows what experiments they may have carried out. In any case, their collaboration did not last long. Monsieur Mesmer left the kingdom overnight to return to his mother country.
Why did he leave so quickly?
That is a mystery. But those who saw him that morning say it was as if he had the devil at his heels.
This is true. He left in such a hurry that he abandoned everything he owned. Furniture, belongings, and scientific equipment. And it seems that Cagliostro has inherited this treasure.
Is that so? Well, if what you say is true, that broken cane must have passed into the Count's hands.
Yes, it's likely.
This adventurer from who knows where is quite the mysterious character. And he has been very busy recently. I've been able to observe him from my apartments, making frequent visits to Rue Saint-Honoré on the Tuileries side. I wonder what he was doing there.
Interesting. We're not gonna leave Mr. Necker in suspense. We're gonna tell him that his wife is fine. And then we're gonna take a break. I think that's reasonable.
Monsieur Necker.
Madame? Eh bien, do you come bearing good news?
Your wife. You may rest easy, monsieur. Your wife escaped the massacre. She returned home and left you this letter.
Mon Dieu. She's going to meet our daughter and son-in-law at our charity hospital.
She may already be there.
Madame, I did not dare to dream of such an outcome. My wife and daughter. Can you imagine? And I thought I had lost both of them. The three of us will be able to leave the kingdom and put these horrors behind us forever.
What about the bonds?
Oh, the bonds. Do with them as you see fit. As long as the king does not use them. As for me, I'm going to find my family at once. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I pray that your efforts will be successful. Adieu, madame. Adieu.
Minister Necker has given his bonds to me.
That's quite a nice little sum. Can you imagine? That's 1/5 of the kingdom's entire wealth.
Wealth that the king squanders for his personal benefit according to his whims.
Ma foi. Monsieur Necker certainly has been very generous to his adoptive country.
Generous? I have my doubts. The loan was granted at a very high rate. So high, in fact, that it would have dug the deficit into an even deeper state of abyss.
Eh bien, messieurs. To what use shall we employ this boonful fortune?
If I could spend it, I'd do everything I could to return to the people their confiscated freedom. To begin, I would get them the bread they so sorely need. It is only after the scourge of famine has been vanquished that armed patriots might then be able to rise up against despotism.
And where will you find wheat, Robespierre? Will you steal it from under the noses of the automats who have sworn to destroy the human race? As for arming the people, this is another one of your delusions. How could your ragged pack of wretches win any sort of battle that'd be unable to lift a sword?
When you insult the people, you insult me, Monsieur de Lafayette.
I am not insulting anyone, Robespierre. But I happen to know what it takes to fight. Unlike you. Messieurs, I was but a lad of 15 when I took up arms. And everyone here knows my role in the liberation of America from British rule. If you allow me to dispose of these bonds, I will found an army that will annihilate the Clockwork King's diabolical machines. As soon as I have the opportunity to leave Paris, I will rally the officers and troops that are stationed in the provinces. Then, I will call for a mass uprising. I will have more than enough money to pay their wages and procure the weapons we need.
And you will have obedient troops at your beck and call, ready to repress anyone who challenges your power.
These troops will only serve the will of the people. I swear it.
Are you sure that the king has spared the rest of the kingdom, Monsieur le Marquis?
I am almost certain of it, mon père. Despite all of his resources, the king does not have enough manpower to occupy all the garrisons in the country.
Aegis, no member of this assembly can force your hand. The choice is yours. To whom will you entrust Monsieur Necker's bonds?
Oh, and I have to choose. Cool. I'm pretty sure Robespierre is the one I want to do this with, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna leave Aegis sitting for a while here. I'm pretty sure we're gonna give this to Robespierre. Because I'm not, well, Interesting. I guess if I want the Mirabeau ending, I'd better, do I want to do that? That's the question. This is such a choice. See, and if me in this situation, me personally, I would give this to Robespierre, because if people are hungry, they're not going to be able to be an army to start with. And Lafayette's a general. He can make do with what he has. But that's me. What would you guys do? Would you give, the kingdom's money to Robespierre, and thus starting the reign of terror nice and early? Or, and canonically, this is what happens in... No, it's not what happens in real France, but, like, Robespierre is the one who eventually won out, when it came to all the factions of the French Revolution. I forget the name of it exactly, but I know he was a part of it. We know about the Jacobites, but there was another faction with the revolution that ended up absorbing the Jacobites, if I remember correctly, and that faction is the one that's escaping my name. Not the Jacobites. The Jacobites were well known. It's the fact that another faction was also working together with them. And I'm pretty sure no, it's the other way around. The Jacobites ended up swallowing this other faction, and I'm almost positive Robespierre was part of this other faction, and then assumed control of the Jacobites. I'm almost positive that's how that happened. All right. Isn't there an option to say, let me think about this later? All right, Robespierre, you win.
Maximilien de Robespierre, I have chosen to entrust this fortune to you.
Very well, madame. I promise that I will use it for one purpose only. Freedom for the people and by the people. When a monarch violates the people's most fundamental rights, insurrection is their most sacred and indispensable duty. But we must be wary of warmongers, who claim to defend our happiness.
Bon sang, am I the only one who is weary of hearing these tiresome monologues?
For they wish only to silence us, and take their own turn at playing tyrant.
Congratulations, Aegis. You've chosen a speechifier as Commander-in-Chief. I am sure the king will be delighted to hear this. He need not fear for his throne now.
The point is to destroy the throne. All right, let's see how these quests concluded. Having retrieved the bonds, Aegis ran to tell Minister Necker. Surprisingly, he paid her little heed. The only thing that mattered to him was the fate of his wife, Suzanne. The topic of Monsieur Necker's fortune gave rise to a lively debate. What would his bonds be used for? Monsieur de Robespierre wanted to use them to relieve the people's suffering. As for the Marquis de Lafayette, he wanted to use them to raise an army capable of defeating the royal troops. Preferring the people's cause to the military ambitions of the Marquis de Lafayette, Aegis entrusted the actions to Maximilien de Robespierre. I think we're going for a canon playthrough, ladies and gentlemen. A speechifier. A speechifier. Okay, fine, Lafayette. I will expose you for the traitor that you are. Anyway, it is break time. You guys know what that means. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time on the clock, and see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you so very much. See you then. My apologies about that, guys. I ended up getting caught in one or two logistical things. I had to find Ironclass cleaner and stuff. We're back. Let's get back to it. Time is ticking. Looks like Lafayette was referring to someone as a baby. Just about. I guess we'll be, like... we'll be giving these munitions over to Robespierre and others. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. At least insofar as they got to stretch and move around and things. We're making good progress today. I didn't think we would get through as many side quests as we did, as we're doing right now, but yeah, and, you know, even the surgeon's tools, I thought for sure we were going to miss out on redeeming those. I've got a peppermint in my mouth. If anybody hears weird clacking around, that's why. I'm a huge fan of peppermints. They're like one of my favorite things. I like mint chocolate and York peppermints for about the same reasons. I like mint, spearmint, peppermint, all that stuff. Spicy mint doesn't go in the same sentence, or spicy and mint do not go together, at least for me, though. Although I don't know. I've never had spicy mint before. And if there's any, like, alcoholic drink I'd probably want to have at least once in my life, it would be mint julep. Although if I could get the zero version of that, that would be even better. For those who don't know, zero beverages, when referred to in the context of alcoholic drinks, means the drinks have no alcohol. It is quite literally just syrup and stuff dulled together. It's like, it would be like having a milkshake or fruit juice with extra squeezins in it instead of just literally anything else. Now this is probably the type of thing I'd absolutely should be print screening for thumbnail uses. So let's enter this crypt first, because I don't know what awaits us at the hotel, but I'm not gonna like it. I see. We are headed toward the hotel with every deviation we take. Okay, the UI is bugging out like crazy right now. We'll eventually get our way through the remnants of the city and enter the crypt of Flamel. We just have to make it there, which is easier said than done. You know, Nicholas Flamel makes me think Harry Potter. But I'm sure there actually is a real Flamel I should be thinking of, because I don't want to be thinking of the temptress that shall not be named. And when it comes to her and her works. I'll say it, she shouldn't have written the books. Shouldn't have even written the books. Because the same views that Rowling holds close to her heart now were the same ones she had back then. They're anti-trans. And they do not belong on this earth. It needs to be literally siphoned out of her brain. So no, I would unmake the careers of everyone involved just to not have her name I guess it's not true. After all, Radcliffe, Rupert, so Daniel, Rupert, and Emma certainly don't deserve any of the ill fate that would be thrown their way because they were associated with Rowling's work. And became like a public face for that work. But if I had the choice, if I met J.K. Rowling when she was a young woman, I would call attention to her beliefs. Although, would that have even worked for back in the day? Because here's the thing. The anti-trans views might have been there, but they didn't take on that guise. And trans people didn't have as many champions. They need more, of course, but they didn't have as many champions for their rights back then as they do today. And I don't know if exposing Rowling would have done any good. So it's one of those, yeah, I'm participating in historical revisionism, but here's the thing. I'm not saying, oh, these things that J.K. Rowling did, said, or wrote about, I'm not saying they didn't happen. They did. Here's what I am saying. If I had a time machine, I would go back and remove the book from circulation. I would remove it out of her headspace. I would make her write something else that she wouldn't have been as famous for. I would have made her more receptive to real people. And maybe some of the things that she might have said would have gotten her tossed in jail. So I guess what I'm saying is I would partially unmake someone, given the chance. Because I do not think she is deserving of any mercy or any of her achievements. If you dehumanize someone intentionally, not just unintentionally, because I think if you're not careful with feminism, it can certainly come across as anti-trans because, oh, like these are men gallivanting as women or whatever. It's a pretty common feminism taken to the extremes scenario. Instead of feminism as it was intended, which is for equal rights for everybody. It's weird, right? Because it's like, oh, why would you ever want to mess with time, right? There's a reason, everything happens for a reason, right? Well, what about all that pain? What about all that suffering that comes from things happening in a specific way? You think that pain and suffering should be intended? No. It shouldn't be intended. And I realize I'm fighting against an inevitable truth of life, which is people need to fight for their rights if they wish to have them, or else someone stronger than them will just trample overfoot when the time comes. And it's not as if I'm saying people should have to fight for their rights. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that one of the inevitable truths about human existence is the need or desire to domineer, to profess ourselves as protagonists in a world that really shouldn't have any. Like, the human population. We can't help but elect leaders, but none of us should be leaders at the same time, if you're getting what I'm saying. Humans should just be free. And society should form only because people opt in, and if people opt out, then they should be ready to, like, they should be allowed that, to opt out. But if they're going to opt out, they need to be prepared with all the trouble that's gonna bring. That's all. Nobody should have to fight to validate their existence, to prove that they deserve to live. And our law should not be set up in such a way that people have to do that. People existing as enough. It's also why, you know, I don't think death is a suitable punishment for most humans. I really don't. Death should be reserved for when people are a greater threat to the population of humanity as a whole, as opposed to just they did a bad thing and happened to one-for-one someone else's life. No, I think they should be mentally unmade. And have their agency stripped from them. To help make others and be unable to make yourself, I think, is one of the greatest punishments of all time. Because it says that punishment reads as, you don't get to determine how you choose to live, other people do. I guess it's weird how, like, if there were lawbreakers, right, and you had to punish lawbreakers, how would you choose to do it? Would you? I've heard some people say I wouldn't waste space on lawbreakers. It's live or die. Where, you know, there are... Are there Aborigine colonies? Or, like, villages out in Australia that kind of operate that way? Where it's like, if you go against the grain of the group too much, you know, you can be offered a chance to leave, but if you don't take it, they're gonna find a scorpion in your bed. You're gonna find that you might be executed or sentenced to die. I've heard some horror stories from people in the U.S. military who were out in forts or fortifications in the Middle East, in the Arabian states. And if there were men who went against the grain too much, or were a liability, they would be put to a posting and basically, like, sent to die. Because they were worth more as a corpse. That whoever was being sort of sent on a mission to die, so to speak, was worth more as a corpse, as a distraction, as carrion, than they were.
Ah, sir! That was a spectacle I won't soon forget. And to tell you the truth, I'm very happy I managed to escape with my life.
This game just kind of puts me in this mood where once I hear something out of it that is philosophical or has some sort of deeper meaning, I want to ruminate more on it. I don't know what the heck the camera was doing there, but I'm glad it stopped. But like I was saying, I've heard, you know, people say they wouldn't waste prison. You know, it's just, if you're enough of a nuisance, you die. Or you're exiled. And you're not ever allowed back. That you need to go make yourself in the world by yourself. And, you know, you're forcefully opted out of society. And then you have people who say things as they are now are just way better because you're not leaving it to the determination of random people as to whether or not you live or die. And, you know, you're still allowed the benefits of society, so to speak. It's one of those, you know, when do you move from hangings and beheadings or exile to the punishments we have today? They list anywhere from just simple fines to, you know, community service, or, you know, in the case of suicide, which is actually a crime in many places, you know, forced committal to therapy, or you risk being cuffed. Yeah, that's right. I said that. And people are probably thinking, what the hell? Who do you think you are? People aren't put in prison. They are if you're not successful and you refuse therapy. Yeah, at least in the US it's like that. Yeah, when the cops are asking, hey, did you like some assistance with that? They're not asking to be nice. They're asking to fill a checkbox, to do a job, and figure out what to do with you. Like, should we press charges because you technically committed a crime? The crime of suicide, quote unquote, or can we just more or less drop it because therapy, because they are already committing to what the government has said people should have to do when they attempt to off themselves? Because it's not as if, and the reason I've seen for that is mostly just, most of the time people are jumping off of buildings, or they end up in the hospital, which costs taxpayer money, and so the whole get therapy or get cuffed is the modern adaptation to that. I'm trying to get to Flamel's crypt in case anyone couldn't tell what I was doing. And I'm not really sure I'm doing either thing right now. We can't go that way, right? Yeah, we can't go that way. Nice, nice, nice. And there will be people who say, oh, well, the Europeans have that sort of thing, right?
If the automats aim to cut off Ile de la Cité from the rest of the city, the bridge we're standing on will soon suffer the same fate.
Why would they deprive themselves of a means of retreat? If they really intend to do as you claim, why would they have to put up barricades to prohibit access to the Châtelet from this bridge?
I hope you're right, Monsieur Janvier. I hope you're right.
See, I think I would be able to, like, talk to these people, but I can't. At least not in any official capacity, anyway. I think we're going this way. Nice, nice. Although we didn't need to make that jump anyway. I guess I'm asking questions at a sociological level, right? You know, just... How should people in society behave? What should be recourses of address when laws are broken? And should laws be held in, like, any kind of reverence? Should laws even be enforceable? These are things that I ask myself all the time. Because for those who don't know, I consider myself an anarchist. I truly do think humans and government do not go together. Humans are too intrinsically driven to want to determine their own fate. And, like, voluntary villages or voluntary arrangements of structure is fine, but I find that once a government structure starts, it doesn't end, because people find that much power to be useful or necessary to accomplish specific ends, agendas. Even something like helping people, live the best life that they can have in the village or the city is an agenda. It's a good one, but it is an agenda. And it's something that people could ask in a more serious way, do you really need government to do that? Do you just need powerful people with a great deal of agency? I am very much not. I'm very much anti-government. It doesn't matter which form it is, because all government measures out to be about the same thing. The outcome is the same. People are inevitably are exploited And corporations fall under government model too. Don't think that it's only government. Corporations aren't your friends either. And they're shaping up to be the new quasi-government in the modern era, because governments are sort of beholden to the money they make and the resources that corporations are able to gather on their own. They're in bed with each other and subservient to each other all in one go. So it's strange, but the people who have the resources, who make the money, or produce the goods and services, are the ones in charge, because they're the ones that can say, you don't want to play our games, we can just stop making stuff. I know, I'm waxing over things I really truly have no business talking about. I'm thinking on a philosophical, almost meta level when it comes to these conversations. I'm just a citizen in this world. I'm a citizen of the United States in this world who's simply trying to make his way through life while he can. But I do tend to have very strong opinions about the way that the circumstances of the world turn out. And perhaps some of my worldview is dictated by the fact that I am not successful in life. I am 32 and I am still living with my folks. I have not left the house. I've moved from one house to the other, but in all circumstances, they are my parents' house. I've not actually had that chapter of my life yet. Even my sibling has at least had the portion of the chapter related to like romantic relationships, trysts and flings. I don't even have that. So I think a lot of my worldview is influenced by the fact that I have no success. And if I did, I probably wouldn't be saying the things I said. It's like, do the circumstances make the human being, or don't they? Does the man, or not a man, does a human make their own circumstances, which in turn influences their beliefs? Or do the circumstances shape the beliefs which make a human being? Or is it it's some measure of both, to be sure, but in what ratios? And are both happening at the same time? These are the things I think about all the time, which if I were a successful person, I'd have a normal job and I wouldn't be thinking about that stuff all the time. I wouldn't be in my own head so much, I guess is another way of saying it. I would be too busy working, which of course leads me to a whole separate can of worms, you know? People are not made to work to validate their own existence. People are not designed to do that. That's yet another symptom of the way sociological structures currently are. The need to make money to validate your own existence and live. You need to make money to live. You need resources to survive. And people have to work for something. Which, I get it, that's the way the world works. Who would tend the fields? Who would butcher the animals? Who would tailor your clothes or fuel the electricity that powers your machines? People do that stuff. Yes, we might make machines that let us service that need, but humans had to make those discoveries, right? Whether the original purpose of the discovery was for good or ill, the discovery is made all the same, and now people take advantage in order to, you know, better enrich human life. I have a lot of interesting thoughts about sociological structures and just how we've modeled our lives. Whether you're American, European, you know, Indian from India, or you're Chinese, or African, any one of the countries in Africa. It doesn't matter what skin tone, creed, or nation you hail from. We all should think about these things. Because the betterment of society, of human society, should matter. And no matter what vision, like, people would probably vehemently disagree with my stances regarding government, but pretty much everyone would be willing to admit that the world as it is right now is just so utterly warped beyond understanding and recognition. It demands a reset, or we will kill ourselves. Period. So I guess here's a deeper question I sort of want to leave us with. And YouTube, if you guys want, please feel free to leave an answer in the comments. I love reading them, and I do read comments. I usually even give them a thumbs up. I just don't always respond to them. If it's something like, oh, well, hi, how are you? Yeah, I'll respond to that. But if it's something like, if it's a strange comment, I might not respond. People sometimes say strange things on the internet. I've read some strange comments on other YouTubers' comment sections before. And people say strange stuff. So I might not respond if it's one of those. There was something I wanted to mention for the third break, and now I forget what it is. I might have to go and remind myself later when I review the video, because I will do that this time. Here's something that was really bothering me. Ah, yes. Now I remember. So you guys remember, last... and I know that's asking a lot, coming from a guy who can barely remember his own footprint sometimes. Right before the second break happened, I mentioned that there was a project on Patreon I was working on. Well, Helene kind of, like, took me out of that for a while, but before Helene, I had mentioned that I was going to be recording a series just for Patreon, and it would come out to YouTube a month after it had spent time on Patreon and Coffee, and that was a Dragon Age Origins, or the Dragon Age Trilogy playthrough. That will be starting this week. I will begin making the recordings for that. But there's a good Twitch associate of mine. His name is MonkeyFunk4D. He played through, Dragon Age, like the entire trilogy in preparation for Veilguard, and his character playthroughs were very interesting, and it kind of really represent the average player's journey through one of those games, and I would like to do something a little bit more curated. It inspired me to do something a bit more curated than that. So I actually talk about this in my my vlogging series that I've started, that I've rekindled rather. If you guys don't know, I make content on YouTube. My name is Swirling Vortex 09 over there. And for those of you on Twitch, please go to the YouTube, subscribe to YouTube, and go look at Vlog 1B. In Vlog 1B, I talk about, starting that series. And granted, it's been a week since then, but I've had stuff come up. I'm also still getting out of the sluggishness that came after basically not being permitted to make content for a while. Because Helene happened. And so now I'm gonna get my start on that this week. Tomorrow. First I gotta, put some stuff in the Firebot. And then, actually get those things transcribed over to the Nightbot for you guys on YouTube, so you guys can actually look at that stuff. Okay, let's find where this crypt is. I apologize if I've said things that were untoward or strange. I still harbor those beliefs, but I can at least be sorry for saying them, because I know they sound strange and perhaps unwelcoming at times. Like the whole deal with unmaking people as a punishment is, I know, very off the rocker. And it's something I'll need to, work through myself. Because if I'm gonna punish, or if I'm gonna suggest people should be punished that way, I need to be prepared for, if I were to fall afoul of that standard personally, right? Have the same standards for yourself as you would for other people. Would you want to be personally unmade? And not in the unaliving sense, but in the brainwashing sense. Having your identity unmade and not being allowed to make a new one for yourself. That you are who other people make you. It's very much... It's very much slavery coded, while also not particularly caring about race, credence, religion, sex, you name it. It's very disturbing. So I apologize for being a disturbing person and for having said those things. I need to work through those issues myself and figure out why truly I believe that way. And then if it's a problem, fix it. Which most people would probably say it is a problem, right? I don't know of too many people that wouldn't say that. Finally found this dang crypt. Damn, I thought we were gonna be able to sequence break. Nope. Devs thought of that one. So before we enter Flamel's crypt, we should probably take a break here so that we're not interrupted mid-exploration. We've got some upgrades to get anyway. I'll probably put a couple of points into vigor, make sure we don't fall too far behind there. That's my intention anyway. But yeah, let's go ahead and take that break. You guys know the spiel by now. No reason to enumerate it a third time. Thank you again for listening to me and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I realize that I don't always provide jubilee and, you know, laughter or like pure entertainment. Sometimes things on this channel are grave, but the world's in a grave place. And if I didn't, I would go insane. I would have psychotic breakdowns at some point if I didn't allow the unhinged to seep out in controlled amounts. At some point. At some points. I don't make excuses for the things I've said. I mean, I guess I am, but only to say that I've said those things, not that I'm, you know, allowing myself purchase or forgiveness for the things I've said. I'm not the person. I don't have the right to do that. That's got to come from people listening to the things I say. If my own confessions and my contrived sorries afterwards are worth the forgiveness. Plus, this game just puts me in a mood. What can I say? Anything that's got the potential for deep, that's tied into real-world history, even as loosely as this game is. Anytime we get into the matter of how free should people be and the role of government in happiness or suffering of human beings, it makes me feel things. What can I say? And I feel very strongly about certain things, about the role of government and everything. Anyway, we've gone entirely too long. I should have taken the break by now. We're going to take it now. Thank you guys again so very much. See you guys after the commercial break. Take care of yourselves, and if this is where we part ways, after this completely unhinged rant, so be it. At least I've told you what bullet to dodge, right? And with no jesting, see you guys after the break. We're back, folks. I'm so sorry about that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. Let's pick back up where we left off. Again, I really do want to thank people for, you know, sticking by me, even though Helene happened and everything. I really do appreciate it. I sort of expected that world to just die, but it didn't. And for that, I am thankful. But now we're going to enter Nicholas Flamel's crypt. Come on. Nice. That could have been a rougher ride, I suppose. That could have been a way rougher ride. Here's another question I could ask myself. Any way to get up here? Not really. Sorry to all the funerary urns and all the people who prepared them really, really well. But I need whatever items you stashed in here. We're just gonna... Really? Wow, and they were able to continue on the second swing, too. What is all this? I don't know what kind of series of events took place, but that was a, you know, that could have been quite the buggy mess. Is there, I guess while we're in the, you know, the reeds of the deep end. No, at this point we're at the freaking ocean floor. If there's anything on a more depraved and depressing, but not, you know, terms of service, breaking, topic that you guys want to discuss, feel free. Feel free. I'm not a man who shies away from that type of conversation. I think it's important that we have those things, and if we're limited by what kind of... I suppose we naturally must be limited by the... Oh my goodness. Alright, I guess we're doing it this way. I mean, naturally we have to be at least a little bit limited by our medium, but that is the terms of service, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about things like suicide or the world, the regional and civil wars of the world. That stuff is important to talk about. If you guys want to get that stuff off your chest, feel free. I'm not gonna punish people for talking about it. I might punish you for being civil or for being an inhuman piece of trash, but that is different than just talking about regional events or world events. They're important. I'm hoping we'll make it through this crypt at some point. I didn't think it would be, this long. I think a good reason of why I'm such a grave personality, and I talk about, like, the things that were discussed the last hour is, again, I'm a man of my circumstances, and my beliefs are probably molded by them. Again, if I had success, I probably wouldn't be thinking about all the ways in which this world is just warped beyond recognition or even salvation in some cases. I wouldn't have the time to think about that. I wonder, if George Washington got his surveying job, would he have derided the monarchy as badly as he did? Would we still be British citizens today? I mean, it's the road less taken, the path not followed. And maybe precisely because George Washington didn't get his surveying job, that might have enfranchised some bitterness, and maybe that bitterness is what led him to being such a crucial spy master in American history and the first president of the United States of America. Like, if he had gotten his surveying job, we would have had a different first president, or we would have been...
Someone has already taken a close interest in this tomb.
Which we knew, we were told that someone had an interest, like Cagliostro did. don't know is if the person who took interest is still here. If it's Cagliostro, assuredly not, but... Assuredly not. But if it's someone else, maybe they might still be here. Alright, so... Here's Flamel's crypt.
Go to the Tuileries and follow the directions on the receipt. It also mentions the Quartier du Saint-Eustache and Rue Saint-Honoré.
Honoré, hey? Various lifting and excavation tools. Paid the sum of 140 livres. Delivered by the carpenter Bourgeau to Monsieur Joseph Balsamo. Oh, that's Cagliostro. In his workshop in the Quartier du Saint-Eustache near the Tuileries. The key, which has a label on it, was found in the crypt of Saint Jacques de la Boucherie. Saint Jacques, yes. The burial place of the alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Clearly, this Balsamo is tied to the mysterious activities that took place there. Is this man a mere grave robber, or is he acting on the orders of the Clockwork Tyrant? Or perhaps he is the Clockwork Tyrant. Dun, da, da, da. I still fully think that King Louis is under Cagliostro's spell. Unlike that's the madman of this whole plot. Even though, in the real world, Cagliostro was a nothing burger. Nothing burger of a man. He was most well known for the cheap grade magic tricks, hypnotism, and establishing Masonic orders in Egypt and other places, as well as Lyon, France. I think there might have been some scandal which he was part of, but for the most part, the man was just unremarkable. But, yeah, the Count of Cagliostro is Giuseppe Balsamo. That he was Italian-born and kind of took a French title for himself. I forgot these were the fire-wielding ones. Well, he's dead. Or rather, shut down, rendered inert, however you wish to say it. Okay, this gate is locked. So now, if we look at our codex, there's our side quest in specific. Aegis found the entrance to the crypt in the cemetery of the Église Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie. The underground tunnels led her to Nicholas Flamel's desecrated tomb. While exploring the crypt, Aegis found a carpenter's delivery note addressed to a certain Joseph Balsamo at his workshop in the Quartier de Saint-Eustache near the Tuileries. So we're back to the Tuileries again, which might lead us to the one of the echoes. Yeah, it's this echo here. So if we look here, so Balsamo and this guy are the same person in real life. So here's hoping they're the same person here too. So now we need to go back to the Tuileries again, so the Louvre area. So I guess now, while we're here, let's go discover what's going on with the hotel. But before that, let's use this Vestal. Kind of get ourselves situated straight again. It's gonna take me a right opportunity to figure out, but we will do it. Oh yeah, this is the spot where yeah, this is where the abbot and the priest were, the bishop. But there's nothing here? Guess not. Okay, and this is where we were. So this is the hotel here. Ah, this was sealed off before. So now we can actually go back through these areas and actually explore them in more detail. Which is nice. I'm liking that the world is gradually opening up to us. Now, while I do think it's important to learn the history of the world through the actual lens of the world, there's nothing wrong with saying, I played a video game which inspired me to research the real thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Ah, so much for the hotel being nearby. Sorry, I feel something stuck in my teeth is what it is. Wow, what if you manage to master the aerial combat in this game, you could get some pretty gnarly ambushes. I am really liking this. The game really isn't as bad as people make it out to be. Really, it's just the unoptimized combat and like the laggy areas in the game. I think that is one thing I will say for absolutely certain, is this game is not optimized for the PCs it's supposed to be running on, which is just too sad. It's just good to be able to say you're competent at something. And for me, that's this game right now. It's not perfect, but I do think I'm competent. And if I were to try a hard mode of the game, let's say, I might be, I wouldn't be disinclined from making the attempt. And I don't think I would do horribly. Anyone else feel like getting frisky? Okay, I thought this was a gate, which is why I was trying so terribly hard to like fight through this, but if I had known that was... If I had known that wasn't going to be the case, I would have not bothered. Ooh, there's a Titan. I'm almost positive of that. Dang it! The combat system it's janky. It's not the most responsive, but it's fine. It's fine. The biggest thing is just the lagginess at the beginning when your computer hasn't loaded the area properly, or in some areas where there's a lot of fog, yeah, it can also be pretty bad. But it's fine. We'll see if the end of the game makes me regret. Or if New Game Plus makes me eat those words. Because, it might. Flies of P's New Game Plus almost made me eat my words. Lysacia was just... Yikes. That fight was hard. Felt good to master it, don't get me wrong, but... Nice. please? Alright, I guess I'm gonna try to get up there then. Nice! I was supposed to be the one to get the drop on him, not the other way around. Back to the hotel. I want to get this done before moving onward. Okay, and we did go through here, because we thought this gate was closed, but it wasn't. Or it was open, but it wasn't. Beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. Anything over this way? Any doors we can push open? No? Very interesting. So like we could jump here, but for no purpose. So why even have the paintings hanging over like this? I'm willing to bet that was a bit of a copy-paste, if you ask me. Alright, let's grab the item first. The 1789 Royal Musket. This thing has, ooh, isn't that neat? Lightning stuff. Deal for electrocuting a group of already frozen enemies. I would love to use both of these guns, but I just don't think I can. I just don't think I can. But I want to use this so bad. We at least have it. Alright, what happened here?
A field with the dead tree. I might be able to stop this experiment.
24th of June, 1789. Dear honorable members of the Club de l'Hôtel de Massiac, I have taken note of the misgivings expressed in your organization's most recent report. I am ready to demonstrate to you without delay that my process is already operational. Tomorrow at dawn, go with your associates to the Faubourg of Gros Caillou, to the place known as the Dead Tree. There you will be able to see how quickly my sleepless slaves carry out their work. Yours faithfully, Count Alexander of Cagliostro. Disgusting. Just gross. Good God. What? It's just, these things are just so depraved. I can't. Ugh, just disgusting. Just gross. I don't want to think about the rights violations that we're having to stop. Just, ugh. maybe be done with the city at long last. So let's go to the experience. Let's stop this from happening or occurring. I think that might be the last. I'm hoping this will be the last side quest that we get to complete before we call stream for tonight. Of course, as you guys know, I stream Monday, Wednesday. Let's try again. As you guys probably are aware, in case you're not, I do have a Google Calendar in my Discord with an open invitation to it. Please feel free to click on that. It's under the Content Resources channel tab. It's the 4th bullet. Can't miss it. I just put my Blue Sky Social link on the resources page as well, because I do plan to put some more frequent postings there. But if you click on the Google Calendar, assuming you've got a Google account, which most people who are on YouTube probably have one, and if you're on Twitch and you don't have a YouTube account, you should probably get one. You'll be able to sync the calendar to any Android device that has a functioning calendar app. You may also be able to sync to it independently, but you can even filter your calendar, your Google Calendar out by which calendars you do and don't want to see. So if you need to, I'm subscribed to 8 different ones, and I usually have to toggle at least 1 or 2 of them to see everything cleanly on the docket for the day. But if you don't mind adding a calendar to your repertoire, to your arsenal of information, I update that pretty religiously. Helene was a obvious setback. I do my best. That Google Calendar is like 95% accurate. If stuff changes and you guys get a failure of notice or something, it just means I wasn't able to keep up with that particular event ahead of time. That's all. But that Google Calendar is like 95% accurate. All right, let's put an end to this. Dead trees like over back here. Nice. Should be right over here.
The field with the dead tree. Good. I'm nearly there.
This building was closed before. It is open now. Ah! Nice to meet you, Joseph.
Don't move!
Ah, that cursed dancer! May you be devoured by rust!
Alright, Cagliostro. You're gonna find that your experiments against humanity aren't welcome here. I have a question. Another thought-provoking question. Do you guys think souls exist? There's no, scientific basis for them. You can't prove what doesn't exist. You can't disprove what doesn't exist, supposedly. I certainly think souls exist, but I categorize them more as, like, the driving force behind a man's, or woman's, or anyone's, really, ambition. And it's the drive to do anything beyond just, I'm a biological computer. Souls give rise to the concept of free will, at least in my eyes. Okay. I imagine the answer's really just gonna parse out to who's religious or who's not, who's spiritual and who isn't. But I'm curious all the same. I know, I ask a lot of you guys. I really do. I'm thankful that you put up with all my incessant questioning. Look, I'm a man driven by deep thoughts. They breathe. They're alive. They exist. Obvious meme reference aside, I'm a man who spends a lot of his time contemplating things.
He slipped through my fingers. Fortunately, he was unable to take his things with him. The sleepless slaves. They meant the automats. Feeding off the blood of innocent people. Monsieur Raimond was completely mistaken. I must inform him.
A note from the Count of Cagliostro, that your doubts might be allayed. I have taken the liberty of preparing a live demonstration. 4 days ago, the Marshalsea conducted a series of raids and procured 100 or so black fugitives. Jesus fucking Christ. They are currently under lock and key in the Depot de Noir at the Tour du Diable? Tour du Diable. No doubt most of them are escaped slaves. I repeat, my mechanical laborers are tireless. But for a hearth to blaze, logs must be thrown into the fire. This is why it is more necessary than ever to continue the slave trade. It will remain essential to the prosperity of your colonies. Only you need no longer provide slaves room and board. As soon as they disembark, they will go from the state of human to life fluid. Just think of the savings. Yikes! They will be fuel for the fire, monsieur, and nothing more. Holy Jesus Christ! Wow, that is completely fucked. Excuse my French, but holy hell in a handbasket. I wasn't asking for a literal genocide in my video game today. The only genociding that should be happening is machines, not turning humans into you know, anima cattle. My god, man. Holy shit, this game is fucked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. Except it's ghastly. It's so ghastly. Monsieur, a letter from Dr. Mesmer. Monsieur Lecomte, who do you think I am? I can read between the lines and I can see through your game. It wasn't enough for you to force me into exile. Now you must also harass me even from a distance. I command you, monsieur, not to write to me again. Rest assured that you will get nothing more from me, and that I will take the secrets you demand of me, to the grave. Moreover, and for the last time, I strictly forbid you to use what I taught you for the criminal purposes you have in mind. I will pray for the salvation of your soul. That is all I can give you. Adieu. Dr. Franz Mesmer. Mesmer, you almost have the same part in this to play as Cagliostro does. Holy shit. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. I just don't know what to do with that. It's ghastly. It's awful. What's the journal gonna say about this piece of work? Let's see. On her way there, let's see. On her way there, Aegis found a note from Cagliostro mentioning an experiment that was to take place before dawn. She forced the Count to come out of hiding, but he sent his mechanical guards to attack her and managed to escape. Judging by the things he'd left behind, the black people who had been rounded up in Paris the day before were to be put to death to power agricultural machines. Thanks to Aegis, Cagliostro was unable to carry out his diabolical plan. Good. At the place called the Dead Tree, where Cagliostro had convened the members of the club of the Hotel de Massiac, Aegis discovered automats devoted to agricultural labor. Oh my god! The literal genocide material. Literal genocide material. I can't, man. I can't. It's just so fucked. It's so fucked. I wasn't expecting this in the game today. And I'm sorry for all the cussing. I would have said French, but this game is talking about French things, so I need to do something else. It's bad. It's beyond the pale. But this is the type of thing that needs to be put in a video game, mainly so people are made aware that while the plights of white man were being fought for, the plights of black people were being ignored. Many, many, many times over. Ignored. And it's just so important for people to have equal rights. And it's yet another reason why I don't advocate for government at all. Because if I did, it would mean perpetuating more of this. More of that warped bullshit. I'm inconsolable right now. I'm a humanist at heart, and don't let anyone dissuade you of that. I'm a humanist at heart. And I believe that all people should be free. And free to choose their own fate. Which means being free to live their life in peace without people meddling in it for some ulterior motive or goal. It doesn't matter what creed you are. It doesn't matter what faith you hold. I believe people should have the ability to live the way they want to live. But it might come at the price of telling people that some people can't. If this is what they're gonna do, then absolutely not. That's not a way of life that should be... I'm getting lost here. How do we get back out again? There's gotta be a way out of this mess. It's like, it's probably like through here. Yeah, you just jump through here. I'm sorry if I'm not that chatty. Like, sometimes it is just I'm legit being lazy, but this time I'm just I'm figuring out, you know, what I want to say and everything. Like, we need to go back to Luxembourg. Raymond needs to know, and I think that's probably where we'll conclude it. Just, if I had known this is where we were going, I would have labeled this episode a little bit more, maybe a little bit more apropos. But I couldn't have known. I didn't look into this. And, you know, it's been a month, so whatever I read ahead on was, for the purposes of making thumbnails and everything, is... I've forgotten it. God, just... This is... I'm not going to sleep well tonight. I'm going to be thinking about this. You could probably replace... black people with any people, and I would feel the same. I would feel the same way, but there's just something so it's so much worse because we knew what the state of, you know, what the rights of colored people were in France at the time. They were non-existent. You could be born free, but for the most part, if you were caught out in the wild, you were sold like a slave and treated like an animal. And they were treated as less than human, that they were things. And if you wore them out, you got a new one. It's awful. Nobody should live like that. Nobody should be replaceable. The role or maybe the job a person takes up, sure, replaceable. That's what having a job is. It is by definition something that people step into or out of. But the actual people themselves, no. This is Matrix shit right here, but worse. And I think it, yeah, like I was saying, it's worse because we knew that black people at the time were treated subhuman. That's not okay. That is awful. And if I catch any person justifying this, they're banned and reported. And I'm gonna, like, put a posting out about it on, like, all major platforms that this person is a racist. And absolutely should not be permitted to have a platform of any kind. Alright.
Monseigneur.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
Goodbye, Monseigneur.
Allez en paix, Aegis.
How is your research on Nicholas Flamel going?
I found a note from a carpenter addressed to the workshop of a certain Joseph Balsamo.
Well, I've never heard of him. What does it say on the note?
It's just a delivery note, but the address is near the Tuileries.
You should go there without delay, Aegis.
Goodbye, mon père.
Alright, you're not gonna like what Aegis has to say.
Monsieur Raimond.
Go on, Aegis.
I went to the Hotel de Massiac as agreed. What I discovered goes beyond your darkest conjectures. The club's members have no intention of merely depriving their slaves of rest. Rather, with the king's support, they plan to replace them with automata harvesters. The Count of Cagliostro is behind the plan.
Ma foi. But such a plan would certainly only improve the lot of these unfortunate people.
You are mistaken, mon père. If the planters get their way, they will have a greater need of slaves than ever. Only this time, they intend to slaughter them to power their machines.
Quelle abomination!
Par tous les saints.
4 days ago, the Paris Guard captured 100 black people. They were to be sacrificed as part of an experiment to test the effectiveness of the automata harvesters. Luckily, I was able to prevent the massacre.
Where are they now?
In a place they call the Dépôt des Noirs. I don't know where it is, but I managed to get the key. It bears the inscription, Tour du Diable.
The Devil's Tower is a prison in Vincennes, within the chateau walls.
That's 3 leagues from here. We'll only be able to free the prisoners once we're able to move freely ourselves.
At least they were spared the fate that the king and his accomplices had planned for them.
And what will you do with the 2 servants you employ, Monsieur Raimond?
I will continue to treat them well, as I always have.
However, under the laws you insist on following, they will become slaves again the moment they leave the kingdom for Saint-Domingue.
Certainly not, Monsieur de Robespierre. What kind of a man would I be if what I have heard had not opened my eyes? The planters of Massiac have been proven to be nothing but avaricious murderers. I thought I was dealing with opposition, but now I discover them to be vile enemies, from whom it would be vain to expect any compromise. From this day on, I will fight against their interests with all my strength, and will not lay down my arms until the last slave in the Empire has been freed.
Rest assured, then, that the people will fight by your side, Monsieur Raimond.
That's the spirit, my friends. Vive l'égalité.
Yes, we got the feel-good moment. One of the rare feel-good moments in this entire game. Right after a feel-bad. Oh my god. Just, ugh. The spiders didn't pull a punch here. Couldn't you have pulled a little bit of... I guess it's good you didn't, because if you did, you know, I wouldn't have had the reaction that I had. But Jesus Christ! Like, come on! I just wasn't expecting that. You got me good. You got me good. I wasn't even thinking about this. Ugh. I'm gonna feel ick the rest of the night. Maybe for the next couple of nights. As well it should. That stuff is depraved. Awful. Yes, I'm gonna say it again. For the people in the back. Listen up. Racism is not okay. Don't treat people subhuman. They deserve to live. They deserve to exist. They deserve to navigate this world with the same amount of circumstantial hurdles as the rest of us. The people who don't have issues or problems. And nobody should be treated subhuman because they were born this or that. For the most part, believe this or that. Some exceptions apply, of course. Nazis are one of them. If you're here on this channel, listen to me. I'm telling you who I am. Believe me. If I catch a person in here who is being a racist little gutter snipe. They are banned permanently, forever. They will be reported on Twitch or on YouTube or both. And I will put a notice on about you. Don't do it. If you've got any of those vile opinions, leave. Or if you're gonna be here, be quiet. Like, just straight up. I will not entertain anyone who says that someone is less than. Straight, gay, white, black, trans, cis, doesn't matter. We're all human at the end of the day. For those who are engaging in racism, like right now, where's your humanity? What if this situation were reversed? What if you were being oppressed? How would you feel? If you would feel awful, day in and day out. Stop the oppression. Stop the racism. It's not hard. All you have to do is treat other people how you would want to be treated. Vouch for equality under the wall. Under the wall. Yes. Vouch for equality under the law and equity everywhere else. That's not hard. It costs $0 and 0 cents and 0 mils. That's a tenth of a cent, by the way, to literally not be this way. And if you are sitting at the table with a Nazi or a racist, you are under an obligation, a societal obligation, to challenge them. And don't hold back. The only way we root out racism and we root out all other forms of ism is to take it seriously at the cultural and legal level, everywhere. And just root it out by whatever legal means are necessary. And whatever legal means we're allowed as citizens of our respective countries. Now that I've gotten this rather grave call to arms out of my system, please note that that doesn't change its seriousness. I feel I needed to make my stance perfectly clear, and I won't settle for anything less. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Look, I may say some twisted things, but as far as human rights are concerned, you're not going to catch me batting an eye over or hesitating to call out the powers that be over their injustices. And if you don't think I'll do that with my own government or governments around the world, they got another thing coming. Just be careful where you practice freedom of speech. Not all countries believe in it or have it in their laws. Something like, obviously, if you're not in a place where you have freedom of speech, please be careful. I would rather you come here or go to some place where you have freedom of speech and then exercise those views than to exercise it in a place where you will get killed and you wouldn't have any chance to change any hearts or any minds. Anyway, I've gone on long enough. This is going to be with me tonight. And if this is probably the episode. Episode 8 is probably the thing I would watch if you were looking for what this game's more serious undertones are really about. It's not the French Revolution, although that was serious. It's the treatment of slaves. It's the treatment of black people or people whose origins are from Africa. That's the real undertone. That's the real serious shit here. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable. I'm going to go ahead and cut and run here. Thanks again. Do the algorithmic things. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, join the Discord. And we can discuss any and all of that serious subject matter together in my personally curated forum channels. Because I promise we will all be kindred spirits when it comes to treating people human and as they should be treated. And I will not abide by anything else. I will be back Friday as per usual. And hopefully this time I'll actually have the thumbnail and video or like stream posted when it's supposed to be for YouTube. But yeah. Stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. Take care of yourselves. And with that, goodbye.